Hello. Hello, hello. Is it me? Or is it some doppelganger who appears to be me? That is the question. That is truly the question. Okay, I am just so y'all know.
Hello, little puppy. Hello. Hi.
I'm puppy sitting. I'm puppy sitting for this stream.
Oh, it's okay, baby.
You might hear her be a little sad. Cause the mom and the dad just left. They just left to have dinner. Left her all alone, except I'm also here, but all alone. Aurora's there too. Nice one. I like that. So yeah, I have a puppy exploring my room. Maybe she'll come and sit with me. But we'll see how it goes. I might have to, step away every once in a while to go grab her. But we'll see. Yeah, she's a little cutie.
It's okay. It's okay.
Can't hear for you.
Hi. Hi. Hello.
Do you have any ice cream? No. Unfortunately. I wish I did. Welcome Chibi, welcome Moon, welcome Dragon. Thank you all for saying hello. I'm gonna finish the story content for Limbus Company. So you hate me. What do you mean, so you hate me? I have puppy. I have puppy. I don't know what you want. You probably want your parents, huh? She do be exploring. Okay. Sorry. There's gonna be breaks in the stream because of this silly little dog. Maybe I should go grab treats. Then maybe she'll love me. It's okay. She hasn't learned what that word means yet. Don't jump. Don't jump that. Okay. Hold on. She found a way around my defenses. Give me 1 second. Give me just a second. Puppy paws.
Okay. It's okay, baby. I'm here with you.
Aww.
Hi. Hello. I'm not gonna leave you.
Oh my goodness, she's so cute. I've adjusted the defenses. I believe they are now impregnable.
Puppy. It's okay.
She's just gonna be sad for a little bit. Okay. Let's get. Let's hesitantly get into Limbus Company.
It's okay. It's okay.
Please don't jump the fence. I put the fence up so you would be safe. What did you find? God damn it. The puppy. The puppy attack. Alright. She's victoriously stolen the toy from me. Now let's get into it for reals. I swear. For reals this time, I swear. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Keeping an ear off. Just in case. Just in case a certain silly little puppy decides. The squeaker? Can you hear the squeaky toy? Could you hear it? Am I late? No, you're just on time. I have a puppy. I'm puppy sitting, so I have to take occasional breaks to go deal with the puppy, but she's pretty entertained. Hey, dragon, no. Gamer showed up at the very end of my last stream. I would feel terrible if he was like late again. No, you're not late. You're good. Okay. The puppy is trying to tear apart her little toy, so I think I'm good to go. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's back streets, distorted with the flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. She got confused. I mistook it for a kumjol at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check for ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Marisol, the giant, stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Oh, she's taken to sitting on my feet. Oh, poor baby. She's such a cutie. No, you can't bite my feet. Don't bite my feet. Anyway, we heard another pop and a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up. Then goes slack right after. Yield your feet to claim their doggo. My feet have been yielded. She bit them. She bit them with her tiny little teeth. But now she's back to trying to destroy her little raccoon toy, so I'm pretty happy. She freezes when I lock eyes. The other sinners were busily grumbling about the distortion in its sudden jumps, except for Marisol, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer and returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaken. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait. Oh, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. Oh, that's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so he could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs all looked different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, all right. Ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she felt the same strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. You should know by now that is not the case, Dante. You should know that is not the case. Oh, she found the squeaker. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Marisol must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put in canned experiences. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magician Sisyphe. Grand Magician Sisyphe? Sisyphe? Grand Magician Sisyphe? Magician. Grand Magician Sisyphe. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe, what? I think I've heard of it, right? Canned experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magician Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. I never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to processing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by the day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all of fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for the commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. So people are saying Kim doesn't have his face scars from the BL Moire ID, but hear me out on this one. Have we seen him undressed? I mean, yeah. He could still definitely have scars, you know. It's not a... IDs are just, you know, them in another world, but that doesn't mean that they've suffered the same injuries or the same experiences even. Just mostly the same. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money. Just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments, or memories, even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desire or emotion that become warped in bizarre ways. And Marisol definitely does not have the same attitude as Lei Hung and Camille, so it probably made sense in line with the Blade lineage mentor. Yeah. And just, for another example of stories changing, like any Don Quixote ID, she is still Sancho who went off on a journey and just ended up in that, scenario, or, farther back even. Like Index Don is like way, way far back. Which is, extremely different from Sora, I would guess. Clearly we need a third Sync Don. Yeah, exactly. That's what we need, for sure.
Hello, baby. Hi.
I think she wants uppies. She wants attention. 1 second.
Hi. Ow. Yowie. Bite my toe. Bite my toe. Oh, look at you. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, she's so cute.
Hello. Hi, baby. Hello, baby. Oh. Well, she bitted my hand. She bited me.
I think she wanted uppies. I have given her uppies. She also wishes to bite me. But like, what's new, right? Like, what's new? Nope. Nope, you can't have those. Hi. Whoa. Hello, silly thing. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ong-Do would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that seem off? There must have been a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. If that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, altered clues that we have. Come on, baby. Okay, let's try to take a chill, okay? Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. Team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need a commission in office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Oh, she's so cute. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find those people. Dante says one of the people in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC? I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Hehe. Roja's with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Roja, you there? Eh? What? Dante wants to talk? Oh, what's that? I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. Like, my hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Oh, awesome. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me, too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I want to just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash?
You go.
Listen, baby, if you want my pets, you have to be either in my lap or not get petted. There's only 2 options, okay? You can sit on my feet if you want to touch me, but if you actively want pets, you have to be on my lap. You have to make a choice. Yeah, Mom and Dad are gone for now. He's trying to eat the carpet. Roshu, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bakers have feelings too, you know. How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you want me to fight? I just need to cram these in my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Marisol had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Ooh, the baker.
The baker. Hey, you cannot eat that. No.
I didn't know you were actively trying to eat the carpet. I put my foot over the carpet she was trying to eat. And now she's trying to move my foot. She's like pawing at it and trying to bite me off. Silly girl.
You're so silly.
No. I'm not gonna let you eat the carpet.
What? What do you want? What is it?
She's barking at my foot to try and get me off of her carpet eating spot. Silly dog. How can she carry that many snacks? How big are her pockets? I mean, they've got to be big. She probably has secret pockets. I mean, she's also the biggest of the female sinners. It's probably like Marisol is the biggest overall, but she might be the second biggest overall. Like, she's quite large in many aspects. Hung Lu's tall, but he isn't big, you know. Heathcliff isn't that tall either. I could see it. And she has the will. She has the unbreakable snacking will. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I hold up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. I haven't seen him around lately, though. And those coworkers, I assume, were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one, too. I'd guess it's the cannery uniform. She's eating.
Stop.
I've once again thwarted her plans. I'm the no fun uncle right now. Okay. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries about that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that wasn't affected by the distortion. I thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. God damn it. She's trying to eat the carpet. She pulled the thing out of the way and is eating the carpet again. 1 second.
Baby. A. B. No. B. A. B. B. Do not eat the carpet. Do not eat it. Hey. Do not eat it.
My goodness. I love you. You're very sweet. You're very dumb. My goodness. Okay. It's okay, B. B. All right, 1 second again. Hi. Hi, little lady. You're supposed to go on this, not past Sorry, 1 second. 1 second.
Since you've gone potty, it's time. It's time that you just get to sit with me, okay?
Yep. Yeah, it's Uncle Kana time. It's lap time. It's chill time. No matter how much you want to go and eat the carpet. I know the carpet's very tasty. And it's very fun. It's very tasty and it's very fun and we like it a lot. However, I think you should save eating for the tasty. Hello, Lei Hung. Real, not fake. You are purple Lei Hung. Very interesting. Are you envy Lei Hung? Are you Lei Hung if he was envious? Are you envious because you're purple Lei Hung? That's my question. It's okay. Just take a chill pill. I know there's so many carpets out here for you to eat. I'm Song Yi, but Lei Hung. So you're a Hung Lei? Oh, you are Hung Lei. I just realized. Wow. I love that for you. Hello, Hung Lei. Thank you for stopping by. Is this the coffin of Lim and Bus? It is. And I happen to have a puppy that have to take care of while I do it.
Hey, puppy. I know you so much desire to go and eat the carpet. But you cannot go and eat the carpet. You cannot do it. You cannot. You cannot do it. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I said it. You're not allowed to eat the carpet. It's actually not allowed.
This puppy does not want to sit in my lap. But if I let her go, she will eat the carpet. Relentlessly.
You will tear apart my carpet.
I don't really like this carpet, but that doesn't mean you can eat it. Okay?
I want to learn about canned experience. I want to learn about canned experience.
I gotta learn about canned experience. Sometimes I wonder how it feels to be Middle Otis with a neck tattoo that bleeds. That sounds pretty bad.
Oh, baby.
She leapt from my lap onto the floor. Am I the only one? I mean, the question is it blood of your own, or is it like, does it just create blood somehow. Alright, well, Puppy's gonna go do puppy things, and hopefully those things do not involve eating my carpet. She already took a dookie, so I hope...
Hello. Hi.
I hope it doesn't involve any more of that.
Hello.
Baby, you're gonna fall. You're fall. Don't fall.
Hi. Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna continue. She seems to be in a state of exploration again. A thin, round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in a docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw in the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I hoped I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. It's like free blood, but it has Giga AIDS in it. It can't infect me. That sounds terrible, and I hate it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine.
Good girl. It's a good girl. Oh my goodness. Are you barking at my wires?
Oh. She wants to eat the carpet so bad. Young Marisol, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is one of several markets. Only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine own soul is much tempted. She's trying to eat my desk now. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter mixed with various modified information. I like that he's getting annoyed looking. What note are you on? I don't remember.
Stop trying to eat my desk, puppy.
I'm just gonna let her until she breaks something. What note are you on? I'll show you after I get through this story segment. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter, mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory, refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines, is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady.
Are you annoyed that you can't eat my desk good?
She is absolutely annoyed that she can't eat my desk. she wants to keep the screws, but the screws are tied in are in too tight for her to pull them out. And she's annoyed. I doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can. Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Thou art implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know, but they sell well.
Baby, stop trying to eat the desk. You cannot eat the desk. You are a ridiculous character. You're a ridiculous doggy. Your sibling is so your bounds.
She's just gonna tooth at my desk. So, how much will you be buying? Buy what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to buy without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passers-by gave us wide berth and hurried on, whispering amongst themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Oh, come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pocket so we can all share it later. So you did already eat some. Alright, let's buy a little more. It is true that we scared off other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. What the hell? It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. I really, really like Gregor and really want to be... I really, really like Gregor, like really I want to be the brazen bull. You know, I know someone else who also really likes Gregor. Their name is Aurora, and they stream Limbus Company also. And they quite like Gregor. This fucking puppy is silly. I got it. I got Thank you, Hung Lei. I got it. Sometimes we all want to be the brazen bull.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Okay. Alright, I'm ready. Would you rather bully Basil or Mori to the point of no return, or say you support AI art? What the fuck? What is that question? That's baby. You know you're not allowed to eat that. I know you know, because every time I touch you now, you run away from it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, you cannot. You cannot eat it. No. This dog. Oh my gosh. Hi. All right. I'm sitting weird now. To answer your question, I think both of those are terrible and horrible. However, between the two of them, Basil is an adorable baby boy who needs to be protected. And saying that I support AI art is not the same as actually supporting it. So I would choose the second. I would say that I support AI art without actually supporting it, and then I would not bully Basil to the point of no return, because that's so fucked up, man. Alright, I'm ready. Frickin' wicked bread. Ah! Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away. Manager. Marisol approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown, tightly coiled. I've completed development of the film per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that container you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as if they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Hey, move it over, let me have a look. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page. Nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're all the way raised up. When you flip up the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts to move. The class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Uh-oh. We don't want that. That's not great. Breaking taboos, typically a bad idea.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 시작.
Oh, crap. As soon as I registered Marisol's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, And it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly looked toward the sinners. Many of them looked just as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've done so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if the manager gets killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying. We'll be fine. N-Corp's not going to kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. France. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their demands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they can use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sicking their fencers on our butts right away, and that could buy us enough time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for right now is close to reality. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they actually do come for us, it's going to be fine so long as the video is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means that the interval between each frames shouldn't be like super brief. Think about like photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate the taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Marisol, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Holy hell, Marisol's taller. Do you think Kim distorted because his Bamboo hated Kim? Bamboo hated Kim instead of Bamboo hatted Kim is really amusing. Maybe, you know? Maybe he was just really sad that all that Bamboo hated him all along. He was just denying it throughout his life for so long. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film roll from the ground and shared it to Marisol. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Marisol to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you get over here. We are gonna analyze these frames.
Hello, baby. Hi.
Nope. Stop trying to eat my fucking carpet. I hate to kill your fun, but I also hate for you to eat my carpet. Aw, okay, she's being a cutie bear. She's being cutie now. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo, testing the limits of the laws. May even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up at the unrolled film in unison. He's trying to eat my wheels in my chair. Or she's trying to. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't have possibly moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here. The expression has risen on the subject's visage, appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort? Perhaps, yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, If that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure it's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory.
Put you into confinement if you eat any more carpet. You understand me?
She knows she's not supposed to too, because the moment I touch her, she runs away. She's being a silly little puppy right now, though. Is that floor creaking? Or you just took out the plate from that desk? What? Is that floor creaking? Or you just took the plate out from that desk? Oh, you heard a creak? I mean, I think that's my chair. My chair is pretty creaky. I need to, like, tighten the screws and stuff. And that just now is a soda can. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame.
One up.
You can have some puppies time.
Hi.
Alright, puppy's in the lap now. Then the likely scenario must be from the frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the net's taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh. But what motive would they have to do that? I mean, sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the Mac Streets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. And that gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9-to-5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled the bamboo-hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe. But how many of those people do you think are actually capable of throwing away everything they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah? Was have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next. until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using projector for all this part of the back streets to see. What? But that would make everyone here, even those unwittingly who came across the projection. Right on. Would have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone? So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street. Apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down. Also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any in insane mind? Well, it ain't taboo if you only made a projector in it. Backstreet blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the Pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed. At architecture conventions, there would be those in informal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellows to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Or collect violence? Please advise for... They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? Perhaps you could answer the series of queries yourself. No, this crowd sure doesn't look like they're gonna let us follow them.
너희 보조사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야.
Alright.
그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어.
We don't
너희도 마찬가지일 테고.
but thankfully
그러니 협력해줬으면 해.
aren't.
단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
Oh, I have. So this guy is covered already. Let's just do that.
가족을 위해. 이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Violet break slam. Very good.
삐리리 빠! 하!
That's right. Oh. Okay. Oh. Fuck. That's very bad. That is unfortunate.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
Wow, that sucks. Okay.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Nice. He's dead.
따스한 피 스며들어 눈높이를 낮춰라.
She got real.
그러는 피로군. 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
And that was unlucky, but that's okay.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
승리로 이끌겠다.
Use clench like that. So those two are covered. Does she still have? Nope, no paralyze. Hello. I'm still on stream, but I have the puppy in my lap. Come pick her up when you're ready. I can't. It's there, I think. That'd be good.
재밌겠는데?
다류산 초평열 80. 갈라소다.
별로 재미없네.
상대는 나야.
So Rick.
인간이 다른 인간을 많이 죽이는 건 진리도록 봤어. 아, 지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 죽인 건가? 그래도 똑같아. 그건 더 많이 봐왔거든.
의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 도와주지.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. I will keep the puppy until the puppy decides that the puppy wants to leave. that's what's been decided. That guy's dead. But they're both dead. So let's try and knock out
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 엎드리도록.
Nice. Excellent.
매콤 주먹 모드.
I wish you could spend that on him, but
이미
얼마만큼은
우리는
못하지만
손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아.
나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
that guy will die. This guy needs to get fixed. So beautiful.
가족을 위해.
Yeah, she's doing crazy stuff.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
되겠냐고요.
따뜻한 피.
25. Get out of here.
거창을 새겨주지.
Did no damage, but no. We got it.
피를
Yeah.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것
그렇게만 해.
같군.
혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
때가 왔나.
고귀하게. 다리우스 산초 경열 80. 갈라지도 쏟아내라. 이번에도 잘해줬어.
Manager Dawn.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
Get to
되갚아보죠.
fight even more guys. We can get anything.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
I forgot I had whispers on in the back. I do want whispers to be on. So she's handled. He's handled. He's handled. Those three are handled. So let's fuck up.
Okay. Actually, I like that.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 피를
흐르는 피로군.
Oh, please. Oh, man.
가속 펀치!
Uh-oh. Alright, thank you.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
Top left. And then top right. Right there. Get those for they don't have the speed. Yes.
고귀하게.
Oh, come on. Oh,
따뜻한 피.
the manager never seems awesome.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는
이
모습은
혈투를 승리로 이끌게.
어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
So, what are we doing? Obviously,
그래,
네 상대는
내가 왔다.
Why not? That'll look. That'll do.
구류!
다류산 초평열 80 갈라지도록.
Very nice. Just one more push before we get to have a thumb duo. Well, surely we'll get the thumb duo.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
Surely it'll happen.
기대해라.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
The puppy's so cute. She got all tired from trying to eat the carpet. Damn, she's not fucking. Okay, well, top middle guy is the under control. He's a 6. So I get the purples. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. I don't think he's gonna get hit. So. Let's block that guy. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. He's not. Oh. No, she's gonna hit him. So I do actually. Swing into that guy. That's annoying. That'll be fine though. Anxiously I have waited. Desperately I have hoped. Beyond all reckoning I have blamed. And so this moment too shall be severed. I see how this is quite a team. Whatever works, works. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a little awkward, for sure. It's like mostly Blood Fiend, but like it's like good Blood Fiend, but the like little bits of middle like almost fit, but not quite.
가족을 위해.
There's synergy with lead. There is, but it's like barely. The middle is barely.
믿지 않았군.
What it really is envy.
나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
The princess and prince have it. But the other 3 blood fiends don't.
분량 5배!
Just leaves on my lap and I can feel her little paws moving. She's running.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는
내가
모습은
어버이보다 뛰어났지.
어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
Really? Oh, she has so much paralyze on her. I still think she wins that though. gonna be honest. I'm gonna be for real.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Yeah, she still wins.
산초류 경율
I
온
love you. I
라샹
love you, Sancho. I love you, Manager Don. Sancho is
끝을
literally
낼
my
시간.
favorite character in this universe.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
기원을 갖지는 없고 그대로 무너져라.
Princess, I need you to bold. Princess, you had 32. My disappointment is immeasurable. That move. That move just like a
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
의도는
법적 소리가
모르겠지만
들리는 것 같군.
이걸로 공평해졌네.
때가 왔나?
You have paralyzed, or you just suck. You just suck a little bit. Oh, it's fine. Actually, they're all covered anyway. Marsol's the 4th strongest sinner from the LCV. Yeah, it goes Don Quixote, then Otis, then Ryoshu, then Marisol, then Faust. And Gregor is like weird because he's Mr. Potential guy. Okay, so that guy's definitely good. That guy needs some help dying. So let's contribute a couple. This guy can use some help. Let's go. That's
가족을 위해
yeah, you're a secret agent.
따뜻한 피.
Okay. This is Overture.
베르츄레. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
So satisfying. Gregor is the top one. Marisol beats the sun, and Gregor is confused.
거창을 새겨주지.
So sun equals so if Mare is the sun, then
야, 저리 꺼져라.
better than the sun.
네 상대는 나야.
Gregor. Okay.
가속 펀치.
I can kind of see your logic. I can vibe with it. I can vibe with that.
무기를
불만을
만드는
해소해준
것만큼
보람이 있네.
내가 어버이보다 뛰어.
지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Alright, while this fight finishes, I'm gonna go deliver the belt to the others. I'll be right back.
산초류 경율 온 라샹글.
쏟아내라.
따스한 피. 너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
영원히 잠들어라.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
행진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지. 보아라, 저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
Hello. Ryoshi might still be weaker than Otis. I mean, yeah, we don't actually know how strong Otis was. But she is based off of Odysseus. You know, everyone has a literary reference in this game. Everyone is. Ryoshu came from Hellscreen and A Spider's Thread. Don Quixote came from Don Quixote. And Otis is them making Odysseus more of like a modern name. So yeah, Otis is the king, is a Greek king and hero. And wartime hero. Like, it does not surprise me that she's very, very strong. And it's confirmed that she was Ujat as well, which is a rather
파우스트가
elite
나설 만한
organization,
곳이어야 할 겁니다.
despite what they show in Canto 9. But that was their own boss's fault, so I can't really blame them. Okay. Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Whew. Well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service de Clos is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I kinda see how they think that we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Marisol stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What's he thinking? What is it he wishes to say? Is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? Oh yeah, all of them are like men, and now half of them are women. So what if the next April Fools is to gender bend the sinners? Verg and Charon too, like how they always get caught up in the shenanigans. I think a gender bent April Fools would be great. We've had a little baby April Fools. We've had a body swap April Fools. I don't remember what the first April Fools was, but a gender bent April Fools would be epic. That would be great. And yeah, all 13 sinners are based off of male characters. So they just, they gender bent half of them so they could have a 50-50 split. Well, not quite 50-50 because Dante, but of the playable, like, ID-able characters, it's 50-50. His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim. Hey, Marisol? I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. First one was like the intro of other gacha games. That's right. It had like the Blue Archive reference and stuff like that. Yeah. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered, should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay. What I'm talking about right now, actually, do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or was choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yet a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With a curt, sure if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke, I cannot form a judgment. That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Marcel's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery, even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge. Manager. Yeah. Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss clock. You just gonna sit there all day while we do the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize these foes and head up. Gotcha. I'll be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Marcel had predicted, we had made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Haha. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would be suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to like what we saw on the Chinokun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men! Shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Ah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure to not catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man. Folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? You got dust in your eyes. The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of recorded video in N-Corp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video's not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the N-Corp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? Finally allowed myself to get a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. This was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. Maybe after this canto, he might not be so much of a stranger anymore. Oh, you said the thing, you said the thing. After what I went through to take a refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a bruit of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What is this fella on about? If you meant to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, bamboo-headed Kim raised his sword and parried away the N-Corp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you consuming same thing as everywhere. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, that does make me wonder. Was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, I don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have ever really known. The blade, transforming into a mindless fiend, consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes. Truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I when that distorted being has no qualms showing me that... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one's heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Mersol's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just as natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. A blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo-headed Kim, surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. Mentor! Keep that up and you shout me deaf, Ongdu. It's about time we both grew accustomed to such sights. Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? Such these folks so far, unlike earlier. Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening. But first things first, we gotta neutralize everyone here. Get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Marisol identified, there was something different about the group of Chinokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior in impressive armor wielding a sword just as tall. That armor and a great Huandao of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and nocked an arrow. Arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down, had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyeongyap. I'm sorry. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, seized the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chunokun began to swarm us.
도시에선 저런 형태로 사람을 강화하기도 하나 봐.
Oof. Okay. I have to read now. Okay. Whew. He has almost 10,000 HP. I mean, 6,100 HP with 3,000 shield. It's a lot. Memory transition. Okay. Poise and bleed. Sure. Poise and bleed. Unbreakable coins with enough poise. If he loses, he does less damage. If he loses Clash, he does less damage, can't hit critically, and cannot stagger. This is unaffected by swordplay of the homeland. It's unclashable with assist units and prioritizes sinners. If this target's skill is an assist defense exclusive skill, he converts into unbreakable coins. Okay, so you don't want to assist defense this skill. On hit as an unopposed attack or on hit against a target that used assist defense, gain 2 swordplay of the homeland. What does swordplay of the homeland do? Oi. Let's read this one specifically first. Swordplay of the homeland, Saul. Minimum 1, maximum 9. On skill use at either minimum or maximum stacks, convert all coins this unit uses to unbreakable coins. Skill and base power. Skill base power and coin power shift based on the stack. Oh, interesting. So the less stacks he has, more coin power. Less, or the more stacks he has, more base power. Less stacks he has, more coin power. It's interesting. This one, did I have? At the end of turn, he loses a stack. At 1 stack, he retreats at the turn end and transitions. When he returns to the field, based on the current battle form of the homeland, gain or lose the number of turns spent in retreat. Swordplay of the homeland. When in bear hunt, gain stacks, and when in tiger hunt, lose stacks of swordplay of the homeland. This is battle form of the homeland bear hunt. Assume a different battle form after 3 turns. This one uses a pattern made of single coin skills. Yeah, okay. That's cool. What a cool boss. So he has a thing that you can adjust and like change that either gives him coin power or base power, and he has 2 forms, and one of them likes base power a lot, and one of them likes coin power a lot. The mountains of S-Corp's District 19 are home to all manner of beasts. Amongst them, the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charge is ill-advised. One must aim to hew it down with the first slash of the blade. And we also have Dujung Brigantine Sol. Up to 5 stacks. When he gains this effect, he gets shield up to 10% of this unit's max HP for every stack. So 50%, which is what he's at now. Does not expire at turn end. And it's minimum 1 right down. Start of combat, he gains defense level up for every 2 stacks. Rounded up. Okay. So going from 5 down to 4 is important. He also deals additional slash damage for each stack, and he loses a stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of his unit's max HP. So currently, he has to lose 613 health to lose a stack of this. It's nice that they give you the values. This is also unaffected by that. Gain poise, start, and gain crit damage up upon using. Memory transition at 0, retreat. When returning, he gains or loses sword play based on which of those he's in. Then he takes less damage, sure, always. Fixed panic. If he's panicked, reset to 45. Damn! Upon entering the encounter for the first time, gain that. Yup. When this expires, end the encounter. Okay. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corp's Dujung Brigantine is one example of such armor. Much like R-Corp's powered armor suit in the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Dujung Brigantine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitations of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujung Brigantine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Great Huando gains 5 to start. Assumes a different battle form every 3 turns. If this unit has shield, he gains poise shit. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that includes the Bow of the Homeland Arrow skill. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, or in the turn after the turn in which the unit spent in stagger, or when in low morale or panic. The Sword of the Homeland, S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship, is also divided into 3 branches: Sao, Pi, and Pyo. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature, such as Sanguns. To perform them in full, a swordsman must wield a great Huando, capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Smashed memories. Oh, okay. So if he has... Yeah, okay. So if he's in the bad half of the swordplay for his style, he gains fragile. Interesting. On Clash Win, he gains poise count up to 2 times. And if the target this unit's skill hit had less than 5 bleed potency, inflict additional bleed and bleed count. Once per skill, 2 times per turn, prioritizing the target. Alright, Ongdu's level 60. That seems about right. This guy's level 66. Port Circle Sol, Escort, yep. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent. Then there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not. Until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. And on Clash Lose, he gains Head-Splitting Memory, which gives him Bind and Clash Power Up. So it's extra hard for him to clash a bunch of times. Low morale, gets fragile, does more damage, and does more crit damage. And when in panic, he gains more fragile, does the same amount of extra damage, but does even more critical damage, and doubles the effects inflicted by the coins on that, I'm sure, terribly frightening skill. Ox Splitter, Bear Splitter, Guard Form, and Sword of the Homeland. And I still have to deal with these fuckers. Okay, let's see what we're even doing. She's level 75 because she's awesome. The Urea Adelier one is the strongest one, and that makes me very, very pleased. Okay, they both assist defense, so we don't want them to do that, because that's bad. It's bad for them. Undo, Leyland, LCD on this company. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see how well this goes for us. I think I would like to start with blocking some of this shit. He goes 66, so he gets clash power, which sucks. Let me see. Lose swordplay, but he gains it on hit. Okay, so low stacks is coin power. Okay, so we want him to have low stacks right now, which means that we should absolutely clash that. Though I'm not sure we need to do it with something so big. Yeah, I can't. I have to clash it though. That's 5, 4, 4. This is 3, 4, 4. And it's still favored. But it is not. Oh, is she going after it? Oh, she's going after it, but it's not clashing with it. But I can't, like, yoink it? No, I can't. Okay. We got there in the end. Win that. I did that in the wrong order. Offset that, I guess.
재밌겠는데?
It's a good start for us at least. with the.
행진의 꽃. 이것이
We'll get some SP out of
서곡의
it
피날레다.
from whispers and stuff.
매뉴얼을
왕의
만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
Yeah, there we go. Please. Thank you. Big preach. Yeah. That's fine. In fact, it's what I wanted. That did not do very much. And her getting hit just gives more.
네 상대는 나야. 의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Yes, 3 fragile, 2 vendetta marks, sibling vengeance. Yeah. That's good. That's good stuff right there. Bear spine breaker. He also got sword honing instead of reassume stance. And a counter. No, it's not this bad. Combat start, he gains sword play. It's not what we want. Oh, clash start. We want him to lose it still, right? Because he's still in like bear spine, bear splitter, yeah. He's still all single coins. So we don't want him to clash. But we don't want it to be an assist defense skill. Oh no, yeah. Okay, so we want that one to be assist defense. But we don't want it to clash. Because clash start gives him that sort of like. Unless it's with an assist defense exclusive skill, but not with. This isn't the assist defense exclusive skill. This is the assist defense exclusive skill. So let's. Yeah, we want to clash that. We don't want to clash that. So let's get her. Ignore this guy. This one is currently being swung to by her. Okay. Blue and red are both done. Oh, I didn't even read this one. Hold on. Deal more damage on crit, which he is at that number of poise, so it is relevant. Final power for bleed targets. Converts into break coins of this more if he has enough sword, but he doesn't. He has very little sword, actually. He deals less damage, cannot crit, does not stagger on class loss. Flashes us down this and next turn. That's pretty nasty. Otherwise, it seems just about the same. That's hitting into Ezra. That's hitting into Princess. That's hitting into Kira. That's not it. So the one hitting into Princess is the one that I actually care about. Yeah, I can't do that. Okay.
그래. 내가 왔다.
Okay, cool.
따뜻한 꿰뚫리고
I love that skill. Oh, it's so nice. It's so beautiful. It's so delicious. Otis, what the fuck? Okay, thank you. I was about to be very annoyed.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
It's okay. Yeah. It's okay also. The middle does not seem very good against bleed. I'll be honest. The middle seems to have some
공포에
trouble.
사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네.
You know, the nature of how bleed works. Yeah, he's got a bunch of shit now. He's rough. He's rough. Another one we don't want to clash with. That one looks like it'll be good for us. That one we need to do something about. She's got that guy, so I need to worry about those two and these four. And I have enough people to do exactly that. Yeah, we don't want to clash with that, which is why we just let it hit us raw. Go into that. Got it, got it, got it. Got it. That's fine, that's good, that's good. So there's this one. Who is favoritism? Oh please, come on. Okay, thank goodness. If I had to redo this fight because that broke, I was gonna be very annoyed. I was gonna be a little annoyed. I'm actually gonna do this. Okay, I think that's good.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
대전
I expected the bow to be bigger. I feel like that was kind of a small bow.
따뜻한 피.
Is that crazy? Oh, nice.
따스한 피.
I was not very lucky, but I still won it. That part was lucky. My coins were not lucky, but I was lucky in that his coins were bad. Alright,
믿지 않았군.
doing good.
나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Scissor them. Yes, that does amuse me. Oh no, bleed doesn't really matter for the middle, do they? Because bleed doesn't activate on counter.
이미
무기를
우리는
만드는 것만
손에
보면
많은 피를
내가
묻혔잖아.
어머니보다 뛰어났지.
몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Nothing except that it loses a stack at the end of turn and at one stack it transitions. That's all it has. I can hit it though. I do wonder what hitting it does. So maybe I will try that out. Let's do that.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Damn. Oh, and he's so dead.
아류 산초 경혈 60 찢겨라.
Yo,
따스한 피. 스며든
as I
나는
suspected.
가족이 되게 약하군.
And she has sewing target on her next turn.
저리 꺼져라.
Good stuff.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
나도 녹이면
지금처럼 적들을 성공적으로 이끌다 보면 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
산초류 경혈 5 라샹.
Fuck it up.
끝을 낼 시간.
Wow.
영원히 잠들어라.
그냥 5배!
따스한 피. 스며드는군.
I mean, I have another turn. Though it seems that it will be dying. Well, it swapped back early.
이미
폭죽
우리는
소리가
손에
들리는 것
많은 피를
같군.
묻혔잖아.
때가
몇 명
왔다.
늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Okay. Yeah, we transitioned. Yeah. Yep. So he swapped. That's all expected. He still has a vendetta, which is very nice. So now it's this with Sword Clone of this Homeland, Sal's Sundering, and Tiger Hunt. So it's, for example, 4-3-3, but this makes it 0-7-7, so up to 14. Interesting. And now we want him to gain swordplay, so we intentionally clash blue, and we intentionally let this not clash. This is such a cool boss. Nah, this boss is awesome. Person with the most bleed. And fucking those terrible things to you. That's what that does. Those terrible, terrible things. He's also at 3 speed, which is a little annoying. We want to clash this one. Is he an overture? Yes. Dominating defense. Offset that, and then swing in. No, we'll do it this way. I was thinking if I want to do something else, but I don't really want to do that. Actually, I think I will do this instead. I lied a little bit. It's still all covered, right? Yeah. Offset. Yeah. Okay. Is it worth it? So it doesn't give me this. So let's give it a try. Let's give it a try.
パレイドはフィナレオベルチュレワゲピオレス
He has blood thing on him all turn. Oh, not a lot.
믿지 않았어.
Scissors.
나는 분명 가위를 내겠다고 했을 텐데.
Oh no! He almost broke through Ricardo's shield. That would have been so bad.
분노 게이지 맥스.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
I want to do both these things almost. But let me see. Make sure. Okay. So any bleed applied will not be lost, but neither of these apply bleed immediately. There's no apply bleed. Just try to get some bleed loss. It's 2 bleed, 4 bleed. This coin. 3 bleed count, and 2 bleed, and also paralyze. That's pretty nasty. Okay. That's the one that I want. Okay.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
That inflicts bleed. That also inflicts bleed. He's not losing any of it.
스며드는군.
So we've taken a bunch of bleed. Quite scared what we'd have to do with this on the refractal. Well, you know,
그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
we'll figure it out. Refractorial. The ones with Ricardo? Yeah. I'm familiar. Oh my god, 42.
아름다운
That's
춤을
very
추는
big.
건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
Yeah. Alright. Oh, he's taking so much damage from bleed. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, yeah. I don't even care if you win the clashes anymore. You just take so much damage.
너의 보조 사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고.
Okay.
그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
This is his last turn. So maybe we keep him around this many sword plays. And clash both. Or clash neither. Probably. Actually, neither sounds like a good idea. Yeah, he'll get both of those. That's dominating and that's dominating. So let's... Oh, I can't. That's okay. Ongdu will get hit by it. That's okay.
가족을 위해.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah. He took so much bleed damage from last turn setup. Juicy. Juicy.
아류 산초 경혈 80. 갈라지도록.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
나가봐라.
Yeah, snapshot it back.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을
Welcome
거야.
back, staff.
나도 그들도
You have
모두
come in
빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
poor time. She has so much bleed, I don't know if I want to do anything but counter with her. So, yeah, I don't think I will. Yeah, so that guy's getting wrecked by them. By them. Dome? By Dome. No, that's still my hair coupon. One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, I can't hit 6. Oh, it's just like a little too awkward. It's annoying. Defended. Clear. Who's the rest? Go into here. She is at 22 scissor blades, so that will be effective.
가족을 위해.
Yuria is not even. Ezra's not even doing it.
꿰뚫려라.
Bongdu. Too strong. Too powerful.
기대라.
Boom.
실밥이 터졌나?
Yes.
재밌네. 난
It's
너희가
not super
좀 더
common,
어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
but Otis does rip sometimes. Lamont
나가 봐라.
Otis.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은
이
하지 않았으면
승리로
좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
How many does she have? 22. It means attack weight for every 10. Yeah, so it's gonna gain. It's gonna hit 3 people. It's saying it's only gonna hit 2, but it's gonna hit 3. But that will be included. So basically, everything else can just go onto this.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Yeah, that's fine.
다류 산초 경열 80. 갈라지도록.
Yeah.
피날레를 시작하자.
That guy's dead. Very, very dead.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
And this should be it. Yup. Does it keep the bleed? That would be great.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면
At least some
좋겠어.
of it.
사람을 죽이고 싶지
It's a lot of
않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
Let's do this again. It's very effective, guys. Okay, now we want him to have low stacks. So he gains it at the start of the clash and loses it on hit, which means that he can hit into that. That's getting dominated by her. Oops. Dominating. And it's done.
노래 더 키워.
Good start. Great follow up.
흐르는 피로군.
따스한 피
He does take.
스며드는군.
He does y'all. He rolls really high with that one. That's what I'm trying to say.
대전.
Oh. I shall set my form aright. Oof. Just a little more, and I think we may be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing, that huge warrior is zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our whole lives a lot easier. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Ongdu were here to help us out, but... Shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, ain't it? Oi, don't you go legging it again. That big sword carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and it ain't like we could stop mid-fight to strategize. In the battlefield, constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either projector or Im Gyeongyap, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Ongdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed like the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain, trying to navigate a situation I knew so little about, and instead turn to rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us, and will defeating Ingyapion... Oh my gosh. I am not good with Korean names. Imgyeongyap, or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient enough to overcome the current rate of enemy enforcement. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we were trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. Maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomena at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter it if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back to LCE, Alyssa says, he says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of the distortion. Apparently it's a kind of code. Oh, right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flash takes us, N-Corp, or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Alright, what are the keywords for this distortion then? It sounds like Persona, by the way. It sounds like Persona 5. We need to come up with all the times. Hohenheim has provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them gotta be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. That's a good one. Isong put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail, and must all have aught in relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience. Most likely, thinks Faust. Right then, photograph, canned experience. Naught seems to have transpired as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion, caused a rippling effect. But it wasn't enough to open the Dungeon of the Fathoms, clearly. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps? Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused them to distort. Going by the way you folks were saying your piece at one after another, thought this might be sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest. To wit, he has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I had lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude. Can-do attitude? Whoa! An uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps and a clear path towards Nest residence, became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. That went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man lost grip of fortune and reality. Not ideal. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is invoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. It would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice, that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, amongst other countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted kin. Photograph, can't experience, scraps. Like inserting the final piece of a puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and black, opening a pathway and distortions patterns. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the Fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off N-Corp employees. Gah, they're gonna follow us right in there if we run right now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like us can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... Yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo Kim stepped up. My sword honor is not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place, to be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was more about than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere, make it easy for us to believe you. You think that terrible excuse is gonna fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms of the distortion. The distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with. We ain't about to walk blind into a place we don't know shit about, mate. You guys in there, yeah? Oh, he keeps it simple. You try it, too. Learned the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arayashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was you said? Face the homework, save the GPA? Face the sin, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I'll handle them all on my own. You'll make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a monster of the week situation for Team Leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them in my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you could never really have it all. Ah well. Guess we'll just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems I have no choice in the matter, as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that ungdo. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, won't you? Have you need of one? It's a mere jest. You needn't worry.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Victory.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
Most sweet,
이렇게 하나씩
most
알아가다 보면
tasty,
언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
most delicious,
세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단
and
하나의 책을.
and lip smacking. I don't know. Type shit.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도
Feel
피를
the
마시는
blood wet our
순간에는 생각나지
throats
않을 거다.
and go.
그러니
Oh, it's a
가릴
dungeon.
것 없이
Oh yeah,
마음껏
'cause it's
마셔.
fathoms.
그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는
Do I want to
유일한
bring the
꿈이니까.
same squad? I don't know that I do. I think I just want to bring my old squad. But they're a little behind. That's the thing. I mean, it's good. It's good. It's probably good.
파우스트가
It's
나설
probably
만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp's streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp-themed haunted mansion. 'Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a week of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale the roof onto that thatch-roofed house and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. Was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. Im Kyung-yap. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Whoa, look at how fancy they be. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog, really now. I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of sort befallen the day. Bodyguard P. There you go. He was part of the P group. It was Sol, P, and another one that was like PPT AE, I think is how they spelled it. Pay? I don't know. Does have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but military commissioner Gyung Yap the Principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principled. Not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordnance have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? That was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. You know, I'm just saying, if I were her, I wouldn't have ever let myself become friends with you after such a terrible first impression. I can't imagine becoming friends with someone who kept pushing my buttons. Maybe. But people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I would be not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded with so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut my head off. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, Bamboo Rainhead, a man who had once intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state counselor's sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state counselor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment. Just the word on the street. Huh. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple. Spill it out as bamboo-hatted Kim, thank you. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, O mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in 2-3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. Is more of it. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside this line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Talking to someone's not very principled to me. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No. Truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. Way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps. Yet such japes are not to be expected amongst fellowships. Yet are such japes not to be expected amongst fellowships of such close mutual bond? They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the old pastime of throwing rocks. Oh, you speak of the game Supjun. Save him for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at passers-by. Fie on thee! That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is? People of it was Peyo. Peyo and Saul. Well, was it Peyo? I feel it was something different. People of Peyo and Saul in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. People of bone and flesh. But he's blood. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. flesh, bone, and blood. I see. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pio? Pio? Oh, I think they just misspelled it. Pio? Saul? Whatever it is that thou art describing. It is a well-known truth that S Corp is also known by its other name, Salpipio Agro Industries. Oh, Salpipio Agro Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, Pi, and Pio, meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pio, responsible for meat and livestock. And Pi, in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution of the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent to the flesh claims the position of the chief state counselor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state counselor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of left state counselor. How's it going, Kana? It's going good. We be in the fathoms, learning all about S-Corp and how fucked up it was, and is, still. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. And thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Ho, oh ho! Then the people whom thou hast targeted with thy rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposefully threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that's your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I will happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown to dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when will you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state counselor. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Yeah, she's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... correct? Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing. That a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state counselor who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than a military commissioner of S-Corp. Ongdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you had ties to a second ordnance official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees at the wing at that. Well, I was in service of the Right State Counselor, who was a first ordnance, you know. Well, that might be true, Yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from S-Corp? Yes. Your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home to us but the lineage. But you, Mentor. I would rather show than tell. Let's proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. We followed without word. All right. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern, filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Let's go the wind howling path. Well, wow, the wind's pretty strong in here. The wind only got more turbulent the deeper we progressed. By the time we were nearing the end of the passage, the sinners could barely keep their eyes open and had to cover them with their arms. Then, all of a sudden, tranquility arrived, the wind settling as though it hadn't been blasting us in the face just a moment ago. The dust the wind kicked up dissipated and revealed a scarlet rope haphazardly thrown atop a pedestal made of stacked stones. The Aura Bond. On crit, inflict bind next turn. On hit against an enemy that has bind, gain poise. All enemies that have bleed gain offense level down equal to the bind on themselves. Well, I sure hope I get some way to crit people and gain poise and or give bond. Other than that. Okay, obviously you. Sure, we'll do those two. We need Princess, Barber, Priest. Then you.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Boom, boom, bam, boom, bam. Boom, 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 boom.
도시에선 저런 형태로 사람을 강화하기도 하나 봐.
Okay. Resentful Blade Lineage Salsu. And Hateful Blade Lineage Salsu. Poise stuff. If they lose clashes, they lose poise. Bleed and slash damage. Interesting. That's resentful. Let's find a hateful. They have the same thing. This unit is defeated. Apply poise to all allies. And at 20 plus, equip slash series on the weapons. Gotcha. If they would lose poise count at 1 poise, lose HP instead, and deal bonus damage on crit, using base skills based off of the missing HP percentage on self. And gaining poise, using its own effects, apply poise on allies, and if Bamboo-Headed Kim is on the field, gain slash damage up and a bleed count. And they gain that bind stuff on flash loss. Oh, he is on the field. Okay. What do you do, bamboo-headed Kim? Level 81. That is very high. Obviously, his levels are being dropped so that this is fair. Yoke my flesh, claim their bones. Gain brand no, which I'm guessing is his exile. Salsu, yeah. Swordplay of the Homeland. If Pride Resonance was activated, gain poise. Apply slash power up and crit damage up to all signals and system units, excluding the scene. Then gains haste. Okay. Oh, it's a dragger. Okay.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
That'll do.
꿰뚫려라.
I wanted to try and get whispers, but just getting lust, ego resources is worth it.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
가족을 위해.
Wow, that was hella unlucky from Manager Don. Heal, Manager Don. Heal.
스며드는군.
너의 구조 사사들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야.
때가 와.
그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고.
가족을 위해.
그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
Ouch.
따스한 피.
That looks me.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Wow, that's a quick overture. Oh my goodness. Wow.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네.
하사한다.
그렇기만 해.
다리우스 산초 평열 80. 꿰뚫리고.
이 또한 용서할 테니.
Alright.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도
That's a lot of shit.
처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
거창을 새겨주지. 저리 꺼져라.
꿰뚫려라.
Oh, she's gonna die to burn. Nope, she's gonna die. Nope.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
있거든.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도
Not much more to do there,
세피라들도
eh?
처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
가족을 위해.
Oh, it's executive bones. Yeah.
별로
Okay,
재미없네.
they're really dead.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Yeah. Yeah.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked out to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. That was where his problems began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip in order to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by this turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? I mean, I see no reason to not help him out, so. Excellent. Marisol opened their mouth to begin, stopped and turned around to where bamboo-headed Kim and Ongdu were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mentor would know better? Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth and gave him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know you passed the exam. But why would... It's for a good reason. Just do what I say, you'll thank me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramicware vessel. Ah, might this be a water dropper for brush calligraphy? Though you may have no practical need of this, for I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone. I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Ha! Though it would have made for a rather moving moment had it not been for the exaggerated scoff Kim gave, the youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Ongdu later asked Kim what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips. Got the big jaw water dropper.
이로써 더욱 수월하게
When the
허리들을
selected identity
버리겠군.
gains assisted, when an allied identity gains assist defense, said ally gains damage up and protection. And then to the number 1 deployed identity, gain 2 haste next turn at the turn end. If this identity's speed is faster. Oh, when an identity's speed is faster than the enemies, deal more damage for every speed difference. Cool. Epic.
왕의
That is exactly why I want
행진이다.
to have that. So, yep. She's already fast as hell. Not fast as hell. It's not like Mao Faust over here, but
도시에선
She's quick.
저런 형태로 사람을 강화하기도 하나 봐.
oh man, it's fine. In that case, though, I'm just gonna hold on to it.
그래, 내가 왔다.
엎드리도록.
저리 꺼져라.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Boom.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
꿰뚫려라. 슛!
Get him. Get his ass. Damn. 34 is a big number.
엎드리도록.
저리 꺼져라.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
이미
엄마만큼은
우리는
못하지만
손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아.
나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Oh, we're so close to me. I'm actually just gonna do this. Oh, but he's not even gonna activate it. There's no point. But know that I would.
재밌겠는데?
Know that I would.
따스한 피 그래 내 높이를 낮춰라.
This is just gonna be a massacre.
영원히 잠들어라.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아.
승리로 이끌겠다.
몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Yeah.
행진했고
Let us wear the coagulated
이것이
blood.
서곡의 피날레다. 왕의 기운
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
미원의
나
가슴.
신선한
Oh
개짓거리네.
shit.
그대로
내가 인내심 많고 죄송하다.
Your Dawn lost.
손님까지 그럴 거라 생각한 거야.
내야 할
Wait, she lost
고통.
her big one? Really? That was her enhanced move. She lost.
막아봐라.
Consider me very surprised. Oh damn. Part of it.
좋을 대로 해.
내가 어버이보다 뛰어.
죽음의 고통과 공포를 겪어야 하는 건 어차피 내가 아니라
You know, she's
너희들이니까.
surprisingly okay.
재밌겠는데?
Claim their bones.
별로 재미없네. 인간이 다른 인간을 많이 죽이는 건
다리우스
지옥이
선축형을
높았어.
발신. 갈라지도록.
지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 죽인 건가?
기대해라.
그래도 똑같아. 그건 더 많이 봐왔거든.
And
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘해. 이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이
easy
또 하나
peasy.
늘었네.
Although
도시에는
I did
내가
get my ass
모르는
beat a
것들이
little
많아.
bit.
이렇게
I
하나씩
think
알아가다
it
보면
went well.
언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이
Angela,
담긴
please.
단
shut
하나의
the
책을.
fuck up. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Ha. Bamboo-headed Kim lets out a sigh before he even fully exhales. Who goes there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What do we do? I mean, I'd rather not fight. Claim that we are the prison's guards, keeping our eyes on the prisoner. At least put a little more effort into your lies, huh? Clearly, pretending to be prison guards, the way we are, was a lie too easily disproven. We took to our heels as the women, red with anger, came after us with their sword unsheathed. Bye!
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
We'll heal. It's okay. No, it can't be. My life is... The experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. I know this background. I saw this background in the original Fathoms that we had went into. I am again returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I distorted, did you? Haha. I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the Right State Counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way to the front yard. Watch out, Ongdu. Take a tall step over, or you might trip. Ah! There were bodies splayed around the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated. Some had their torsos split diagonally. Some of them were so mangled that I could hardly tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselor's? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were, wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is it that bamboo-hatted Kim called them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State Counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in the tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the Left State Counselor, with the Chief State Counselor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of each H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be all working from the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I thought this was no different, though with the assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Gah. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the Left State Counselor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate counselors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, counselor. There were simply too many. As though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment they had breached the door, I felt all the strength leave me. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the Left State Counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, Counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds and terror of the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived its betrayal, and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the Counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the Right Counselor. I see you've been hard at work. Cursed parasite. I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Counselor, who toils day and night in the service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can... Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious, contumelious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court but to the heavens and men alike. The revered left state counselor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state counselor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble counselor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. Now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are perforce to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. Counselor? Might you be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, but you're not even the apex blade of the home. As you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the cloud blade, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you consistently getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. But this can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though, S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered right state counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the right state counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal wholehearted villain is none other than the counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Han. Heed us, O villain. Han Hobei! And let the Ora binds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate for the honor of Cloudblade. And with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gyeongyap? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it benefit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. Counselor has abandoned me. There's no path forward. Salpipio Agro Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew. Test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew and equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the type to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by. It's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Gyeong-yap. Gyeong-yap. Come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me it's as small as 3. I'll manage, keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There. All done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know how I am, I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will, go with the flow or be whatever you want to be. I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will some day bring you back, that's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes, mistakes. Joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeong-yap had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was just an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leapt over the wall and approached us, like the projections of Kim's darkening phantoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Then they must be after... yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. That makes sense. I can see that.
너희 보조 사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야.
I have to care again.
그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
That was almost dangerous. I almost 5%ed myself to that. Lovely. Lovely again.
털만한 것들.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해. 저 손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
Okay.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
What is with me 5%ing every time? Like actually, every single time so far. That's on one of the coins.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
따스한 피. 그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
거창을 새겨주지.
Excellent.
저리 꺼져라.
Nice.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Wow.
그래, 내가 왔다.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
Cool.
따스한 피. 스며드는 너는
Awesome.
가족이 되기 약하군.
되겠냐고요.
Damn it.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고
그래.
싶지 않았다면
아류
너희도
내가 왔다.
생각해도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
Excellent.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Very good. Very good.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이
Someone
담긴
carrying a sword on his
단
belt and
하나의
a sack on
책을.
his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chinokuns, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chinokuns began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shook their heads and refused to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? Soon, having made their way through the crowd, they approached us as well. Pointed them all in the wrong direction. Yeah. He is 16. So with both of these, I would have to take 2 chances at a 5%. With this, there's only 1 chance of the 5% fucking me up. Hell yeah. So we went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Once the group had hurried on in the direction I pointed them towards, the man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing that they were gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile Chunokun take a noble thief like you away, thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say, wretches. So well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we gut them. He returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen and returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bamboo-Headed Kim had once done. Kim squeaked out a small, embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid, eh? And with that, he withdrew into the shadows. Amazing. Oh, cool. Oh, hell yeah.
뭐야? 잘 됐군. 칭찬용 고양이 스티커 하나를 붙여주지.
이거 참 설레는구려.
I'm just going on a straight line through this fathoms. I'm not taking any side roads, not any diagonals. I'm only going straight through, baby. Alright.
세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
Epic.
가족을 위해.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
저리 꺼져라.
Excellent.
도시에서는 누구도 자유롭지 못해.
나도 녹이면서
저
뵐수 있거든.
손님이라고 예외는 아니겠지.
Dominating.
고귀하게
흐르는 피로군.
Yeah, this is all easy lemon squeezy. Now that I've gotten up to 45 SPM people.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 성옥의 피날레다.
매뉴얼을
왕의
만들어두길 잘했네.
하사한다.
그렇게만 해.
거창을 새겨주지.
재밌네.
Hey, that's one.
넌 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고
이거
생각했거든.
생각났지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Violet break a slam.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Oh, he's going first, so he's already dead. Oh, okay.
레이더와 피날레.
Oh, not that it matters. Whatever.
꿰뚫려라! 슛! 꿰뚫리고
Hell yeah. Awesome. Sick! Okay. We'll basically be dead.
나는 가족이 되길 약속.
And he will also basically be dead.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌
지금처럼 저때를 성공적으로 이끌다 보면
Oh, yeah.
앞으로 더 많은
This
팀을
attack,
개방하고
it's a-
더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
갈라지도 쏟아내라.
별로 재미없네. 이번에도 잘해줬어.
finished it with the most satisfying
유익한
move in the
책이
game,
또
too.
하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
오늘도 부디
Alright.
정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Hopefully this is basically the end. Like a prey, backed against the cliff's edge, I am lost. I'm left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who is waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. That's not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyeongyap in there. Gyeongyap was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state, but it was plain as day. Nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but baseless speculation? Your concerns grown uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is a figment of the distortion reflecting upon your memories. Did this Im Gyeongyap appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Gyeongyap wasn't like that. Gyeongyap, I still believe that Salpipio Agroindustries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avarice corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common foes. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort. Ah, you know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take them. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. Yo, hi next gamer, welcome back. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to, S-Corp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method as it now goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind to try and bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hoped that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of S-Corp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in your path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I, Ingyopiap, Gyongyap, Second Ordinance of the Salpipio Agro-Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command, and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. So apparently Bongo hearing kangaroo... What? Bongo hearing kangaroo as a unique line?
세피라들도 결국
Bamboo
내
had
편을 설 수밖에 없을 거야.
him has a unique line for Biel
나도
Muera.
그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
I don't have Biel Muera equipped, but I have no doubt that they have a special line. Holy moly. That's so many things. Oh my god, that's so many things. Okay, so we want low. We want low stacks. So we want to win this clash very badly. That is the important part here. I mean, we're still at max. I can't imagine this is going to be too crazy. That one is being taken up. And that one. Okay. Oh, the thick line. Thick red and thin red are different. Okay, I see. Also, he's level 80, but he nerfed himself. He's actually level 88, I think. Oh, 81. I knew he was over 80 though. But yeah, it doesn't give us specific levels, but it's probably around 20 or so. Yeah. She is level 66. As before. Though that's not to say that this is the real her. It could very well be another.
고귀하게.
Damn, SD Rogi on 21. Yeah, I mean, I have all the ego resources I need. Why not get it started quick?
이것이 서곡의
I need to get
피날레다.
this blue stuff.
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
Plus, all of them, both of them, my allies deal bleed too.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면
And since she takes less damage from bleed, it'll take longer to build up Blood Beast.
털만한 것들.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
And see, now she already has 27 bleed 6 times.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지.
What does this passive do again, Alice? The unit's leftmost skill and dashboard inflicts double the bleed. Yeah. Okay, clash this one early, and then we clash this one at the end.
고귀하게.
Abuse it like how Valentina's Lucio? Damn. Have you ever seen Heathcliff's S32? Which one?
따스한
Which
피 스며드는군.
Dude, she's taking so much bleed. This is beautiful. I just want to say this is beautiful. Oh my, oh yeah.
막아봐라.
Oh yeah. Hit me a lot.
세피라들도 결국 내 편을 설
The only
수밖에
one you
없을
have
거야.
right now. Oh, this guy?
나도 그들도
Yeah.
모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
Yeah. Complete and total extermination. I've seen it. It changes the soundtrack. Alright, now here's the tactic. Now we use Sanguine again, so she'll be at like 52 bleed, 6 count. It's gonna be fucking insane. Also, she's about to swap to her other homeland, so we're gonna try to get the development. We're gonna try to get this swordplay high now. I think Kira Ishmael inflicts bleed count on her normal skills. Yeah. All of these people inflict bleed count on their normal skills. He does too, look. Inflict bleed. Inflict burn. 'Tis a commonality. It is a bleed team, after all. Okay, so we're gonna let that one hit us. I'm gonna let him hit her specifically. This one. I don't believe that it's hopeless, yeah. Like, what? Okay, we're good. You're not swinging. You're countering the bed.
가족을 위해.
Actually, Manager Dawn only inflicts one count with her S3 counter. Well, sorry.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면.
Oh, look at all this damage. Ooh.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
Oh, enjoy the taste of bleed. I'm having taking 45 bleed a turn. Oh, oh, he didn't actually. Oh yeah. Yummy.
털만한 것.
분노 게이지 X.
너의 고조 사사들은 나와
74,
다를 바
11
없으면서
by
할
the
수
way.
있거든. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어.
He heals from S3, so no
너희도
stagger.
마찬가지일
He didn't
테고.
heal as much as I thought he would, but he
그러니
did barely
협력해줬으면
manage
해.
to avoid a stagger.
단
And I
하나의
mean
성금은
책을
나중으로
찾을 수
하지.
있도록.
지금은
look,
그럴 여유가 없군.
6 damage off. I don't think my concern was unwarranted. Oh, this looks bad. This is one I haven't seen before, I don't think. No tiger's flesh shall be left uncloven. 4 unbreakable, full attack weight, target standing with the most bleed, can clash regardless of speed. Cannot be sacked. Final power for the downside, yes. If she wins clash, it always flips heads, hits critically, and does not consume bullets. And she deals bonus damage on crit for every poison. It's 2 poisons now. But if she loses, she does lots less damage, can't hit critically, and cannot stagger. And inflicts a lot of bleed forcefully, which is actually not even that bad for us. So let's do that just like right away. He's dominating his. She's not clashing. Okay. Honestly, there's literally no reason not to keep doing this. We want her to have high, so gain 3 on the clash. So we'll do that one. But then we'll defend against that one. And against that one. Defended, dominating, offset, defended, dominating.
그래. 내가 왔다.
I heard this has relation to Lei Hung with the Tiger Slash, since it says something like you can't bring a tiger down in one stroke and you need a relentless fury of chain slashes to overwhelm one. I mean, maybe, yeah.
산초류 경을 온 라샹글
I wouldn't be that surprised. He was like an Eastern sword master.
끝을 낼 시간.
I think we're okay. Yes, we are.
저리.
Get all those goodies. He has Savage Tiger Slayer, perfected Flurry of Blades, and Chakra with the tiger. Indeed, but he is also Chinese and based off of the Chinese
낮춰라. 왕의 비호를
instead of being Korean.
하사한다.
But yes, I definitely do see the connections you're talking about.
아름다운 춤을 추는 건 나뿐이어야 해. 그러니 네 발목을 잘라버리면.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
You seem like you are in trouble, Miss Im. I haven't even talked about this. We'll save that for when she's cut. No point, actually. No point. Just do it.
재밌겠는데?
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 모두
Got our ego going off.
그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Tiger could either be avoided up like whales, would be as scary as the bear in Kanto 7, or tigers are actually people throwing tiger cages. Yeah, who knows?
따스한 피.
I mean, the existence of a tiger heisho does imply the
왕의 비호를
existence of a tiger beast
이거 건강 맞지?
that they take after.
필살 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네.
POV,
지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로
the enemy
이끌다
bleed
보면
team is
앞으로
doing
더
very
많은
well
층을
for
개방하고
themselves.
더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
Oh my god, she has lust, fragility, fragile. $99 bleed. 7 vendetta. Slash resist down, defense level down. Oof. Here we have Spring Cultivation bulk gawk announcers. Will not be Lindayu or the Night Drifter, it will be the Sea Heishos. Um. I don't know about that. Call me crazy, but oh, I don't need to do this again. She is very fast. Not the fastest, but very fast. What is this? So right now she's at advantage with below. So if I first clash something that gives her iron, and then at the end I clash the thing that gives lower, that is yes. What if I just eat it? What if I just say, go, Gregor? Yeah, he lives those. He'll be fine. Offended. Yeah. Alright, good luck, man.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
Oh wait, she just killed herself. I'll bleed. I didn't even think about it. She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand. I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of S-Corp is neck to neck. Clash after clash, the two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as bamboo-headed Kim and Im Gyeong-yap readied for their final bout, Ung-du leapt between them. Ung-du? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That, mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Ong-du? I thought you were here to talk me into keeping on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities not asked of you. The blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? And not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words, that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen shield. Ong-du and Gyeong-yap were knocked away from bamboo-headed Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last one was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forced me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. Seems that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace your past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Yay! Carmen mentioned. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Damn. We did have Dobes announcers for the Christmas Bokak and Sweepers. Yeah, but they're not going to do like... They did those ones because they're silly. Because they're silly and fun. they're gonna do a silly and fun one again, it's gonna be Jia Chun and the Night Drifter, because those are the silliest, funniest guys. In that interval. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I'll take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman in Gyeongyap readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. I suppose you'll be okay with that? Of course. Is he ego gifting? Is he unlocking ego? That seems like what he's doing. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. And bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-hatted Kim. Bamboo-hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
Hell
유익한
yeah.
책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Hell yeah. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms were pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveal the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents in the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in the nest? Or a legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just an empty means to an end so you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? That's all your life is, then my life, all the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersol's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Marisol? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Marisol. Huh? A figure materializes into a humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortion's... And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. But blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms, created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chinokuns of Salpipio Agro Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salpipio Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And, though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Gyeong Yap is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Gyeong Yap's shape slowly phases out of reality. We find ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way! Don't tell me that headless corpse is... Found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell around the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docugrapher. Almost done. This was longer than I thought it would be. Though I did have a puppy. That guy got Lei-hunged. He did. A little different. Lei-hung had his whole head obliterated. That guy just had his head cut off. But, you know, pretty close. Pretty close. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, guys. So, no head. Not from Lei-hung, but from this guy, yeah. You can get head. Head is still available for this guy. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked at Ungdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally see why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of the mission in my book. Phew-wee! Point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear I am never doing one of these without this team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I had noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks, as you were expected to. Is that understood, mentor? Ungdu, would you mind releasing the hems of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out about right now. Or right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Ongdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you're released. Whew. Give me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. See, Ungdu, I'm afraid they might have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that... Stop! My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I got a dislocated shoulder. I could pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of several similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way, turned my bones in my shoulder into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder is no big deal. I have ought to ask thee. Clarification, if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? They are those who were sent to identify and capture the ones who had violated a taboo, forsooth? As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Why did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were just taking photographs to report their locations. Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case or a person is by photograph. Thine words hold water yet. Most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity, from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Marcel. Given how often I had to rely on the information Marcel provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Marcel, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That is a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, who is it? Who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? What's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? Probably because he's wanted. That's my guess. That he's wanted in N-Corp. It was at that moment that I heard the sounds of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us louder and louder. Either he had, an important position, and so they want to, grab him because he's important, or he's a criminal, so they want to grab him because he's a criminal. Well, what the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters at your first... Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation, as you have recommended. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Marcel, let's hear them. Wait, what? I was right. Marcel did not resist. He walked past us, joined the group of N-Corp employees. One who nails? Formerly one who nails? So there's the grips and the nails, then. Because there were the ones who grip. And then the one... So the hammer is the ones who grip, and the nails the ones who nail. Please confirm that you are Marcel, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisyphe headquarters. Magazine. Confirmed. So he's basically a high-ranking one, then. Yeah, he's real important. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of Eviction Regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Explains how he was able to check Vespa's files? Yes, it does. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged, and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with the regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back. Please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Oh, wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know that this would happen, Marisol? Marisol, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less of a question and more of a reflex. I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say, you should have warned us way earlier. But you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward. Isn't that right? Yes, I would. Subject is now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse. What in the bloody hell do you think you're... Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah? And we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp employees. He's basically as bad as the German guy. He will definitely follow the commands to do such. I mean, he's a different part of the organization. N-Corp is of two parts, hammer and nail. Cromer and the Inquisitors are part of the hammer. They are the ones who grip. The Cromer family seems to be the head of the ones who grip, but not the ones who nail. He was formerly one of the ones who nail. Or he was formerly a one who nails. So where are you taking him? A retrial would be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Marisol into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Ah, the sun. Marisol, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Ah, yes. The Stranger. The Stranger. I have read most of The Stranger. I have not finished it yet. I've been bad about that, but... All right. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I wonder what's gonna go down. But for now, let's leave it off in a temple. It appears that I am lucky on this day.
앵두야, 이건 또 다 뭐냐?
보시다시피 일입니다. 우두께서 그동안 놀고 먹으며 테레비만 보았으니
그러니까 S사 주변 정세를 알아보려 두문불출한 것이라고 분명. 에, 아니다. 그래.
집단적으로
I got
발생한
both.
뒤틀림은 공통된
What the fuck? I thought I only got the announcer, but I got both? That's crazy. I just need the ego now, I guess. I feel like people hated Kim so much with the first impression, then came back with that moment. Yes, for sure. I mean, that's what they were going for. That is definitely what they were going for. Amazing. I would do my dailies, but I don't want to play anymore. I've been playing for too long. You gave Kim a chance to since Angdu did stay with him, regardless of his attitude. I could tell that they were doing something with him that's like a guy that's just pretending. I could tell. I could tell.
이 정도로는 분이 안 풀리는데.
예행 연습치고는 나쁘지 않은 행진이었다. 나의 가족과 시민들이여, 이제 다음 퍼레이드를 준비하도록.
Since he may act like this, but he could be a beast in combat, and that's where the glaze is. Yeah, Angdu is too, like, kind and smart of a person. And also, I knew that the developers wouldn't just throw some unlikable character in for no reason. I knew he had more to him. I just didn't know how they were going to do it. But that does follow in line with what I would have guessed. So it's just the ego now that I have left. Got the announcer. Alright. That's it. Boop. And he did get an ego based off of him, so that's another reason. I mean, yes. Obviously, he was the focus. He's also, like, smack dab in the middle of Nestic Experience's, you know, iconography. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for sticking around, Next Gamer. I had a good time. I got some puppy time. I got to watch a cool story. I am actually fully caught up with the story for once, which is crazy. That's really exciting. I'm so happy about it. Ugh. Anyway, yeah. I'll see you next week. I'll do something next week. I don't know what, but we'll see. Bye.